So it's this Saturday? What time?
But if you all are that's what we aim at first. Not elected. All those that are required, and those are the ones that can ask. So those I mean, you can take all of them, but I mean, yeah. How are you?
We got enough. We're waiting on the sidebar conversations to come to an end. Waiting on the clerk.
So we gonna get on it. I said, yes, me. I got a real special person. I need to make sure. We gonna do it. We gonna try it.
All right, we ready? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Clerk, call this meeting to order. Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel.
So moved.
Second.
There's a proper motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Oh, hey, Miss Plum, you didn't say? I thought I just saw some girl over there. I didn't know you were over there.
You can call it whatever you want. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Mr. Mason, Mr. Franham, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're hereby in executive session. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Yes, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, we request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. I think I heard Commissioner Mason chime in first. Colleagues, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes, we do, sir. We would request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims of Gerald Griffin and Paula Griffin in the amount of $22,000 and authorize the Augusta, Georgia interim administrator to disperse the aggregate amount of $22,000
So moved.
and for other purposes.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Commissioner Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you so much, Attorney Brown.
Yes, Mayor Johnson, there's one other motion, but we would need risk management representative step forth to further enlighten the commission regarding the exact amount.
All right. Madam, if you will, for the record, please just state your name and your department you represent.
Judy Blackstone, Risk Management Department.
All right, you have the floor, ma'am.
Yes. If I may,
Attorney
sir.
Brown.
Yes, the amount previously discussed by this body was $34,100. However, it's come to my attention that there are additional costs that must be compensated for.
All right.
Okay, so as discussed before, the $34,100 was brought before you to settle the claim with the homeowner, and there is an additional $19,846.86 that will be payable to ServPro for the cleanup. However, that is within the administrator's authority, which is why I didn't mention it in the previous meeting.
All right. Is there all right.
The total, if I may, if the body does not have any questions and understand risk management process, I'm prepared to read the resolution that has been prepared.
I would say for the record, please.
Thank you, sir. We will request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing settlement of all claims with Dan Lambert in the amount of $34,100 and authorize the Augusta, Georgia interim administrator to disperse the aggregate amount of $53,946.86. $19,846.86 will be paid for ServPro for their services regarding this matter.
All right. Is there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Reluctantly.
Hold my nose.
Okay.
All right. There's a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. We're voting.
Mercy.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson and Garrett out.
Thank you. Attorney Brown, does that conclude our?
Yes, sir, Mayor Johnson, that's it. There are no further motions.
Thank you so much. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Turn over to Public Services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. I guess we will consent agenda item number 1. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Item number 1.
That's the only one.
So be it.
Second.
Number 8, I'm sorry. If I said one,
Yeah.
I meant to say number 8. I'm sorry. Number
Okay.
8, I'm sorry.
So be it.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for number 8. Voting, please. Voting.
Mr. Williams, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Guilfoyle. It's unanimous.
All right, agenda item number 1, Mr. Kepner.
All right, Brian Kepner, Deputy Director, Planning and Development Department, Planning and Licensing Divisions. AN 24-7, this is an existing location, a Nader Khatib requesting to add liquor to their existing beer and wine consumption on premise alcohol license located at 901 Broad Street. The applicant is here.
Anyone opposed? None opposed. Please come forward, sir. State your name and address for the record.
Nader Khatib, 3590 Pebble Beach Drive, Martinez, Georgia, 30907.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second, 5.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Existing license.
It's unanimous.
AN 24-8, this is a new location requested by Mr. Chavez. This is a consumption on premise for liquor, beer, and wine with Sunday sales located at 1167 Broad Street. Are there any objectors?
None noted. Please come forward if you're here. State your name and address for the record, sir. Home address.
Good afternoon. Rogelio Chavez, 110 North Ashley Street, Valdosta, Georgia.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Commissioner
Pulliam.
Pulliam.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3, Mr. Kepner.
Let me go back.
I'll have to stay for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
AN 24-9, this is a new location. Applicant is Erica Rodriguez, consumption on premises for liquor, beer, and wine with dance located at 3110B Washington Road. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office has recommended approval. Are there any objectors?
None noted. Applicant, come forward, please. Please state your home address for the record.
Erica Rodriguez, 468 Belgrade Road in Grovetown, Georgia.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. There's going to be some salsa dancing going on? All right. I'll have to stop by.
It's unanimous.
AN 24-10, this is a new ownership for an existing location. Mahesh Patel requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 2382 Barton Chapel Road. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommend approval. Are there any objectors?
None noted. The applicant come forward. Please state your home address for the record.
M. Patel, 3856 Bexley Village Trail, Suwannee, Georgia.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
AN 24-11, this is a new location. Tio Estrada requesting consumption on premise for liquor, beer, and wine with Sunday sales located at 3626 Walton Way. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommend approval. Are there any objectors?
None noted. Applicant, please come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Teodosio Estrada, 206B West Drive, North Augusta, 29841.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Commissioner Guilfoyle?
Unanimous.
Agenda item number 6.
AN 24-12, this is a new ownership for an existing location. The applicant is Deep Patel. This is for a retail packaged beer and wine located at 2320 Peach Orchard Road. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office has recommended approval. Are there any objectors?
Noted. The applicant can please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Deep Patel, 646 Emerald Crossing, Evans, Georgia.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 7.
Item 7 is a motion to receive as information emergency repairs at the Augusta Aquatic Center.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This update is to make you aware of emergency repairs at the Augusta Aquatic Center. Back in August of 2023, there were complaints of air quality in terms of high temperatures. We contacted Train and inquired their services. They replaced 2 motors and 2 condenser fans, and the financial impact is $50,566.
Okay, where will that money be taken out of?
FY 2023 capital outlay fund.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues? Motion to receive as information, please. No, it's just to receive as information.
Can we
Are
do it without
approving it, or
objection?
Well, with this,
just receive as information? Even, I mean,
well, I'll say this. Now, we have an outstanding invoice that has to be paid, so with this approval,
we need to approve
yes,
this.
yes.
Why would we receive as information?
Yeah.
So it's already been done.
Yes, the
Yes,
services have
the
been.
work has already been done. This was
But-
processed as an emergency.
But why would even an emergency wouldn't have to be approved by this body?
Per our procurement policy, no.
On that kind of, that's interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, so discussion for another day, I guess. Motion to receive as information without objection. Okay. I'd like to.
We go to, we headed to 9, sir?
Yeah, because the discussion that needs to take place on 7 is going to be put on the agenda next time because I want to have a deeper discussion. That doesn't really make sense to me, if I'm being honest.
Item number 9 is an update from the Planning and Zoning Department regarding the modular trailers on the corner of Morning and Highway 25 status.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have Mr. Laney come up?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Director Delaney.
Mr. Laney, back on June 23rd of 2023, I had shot you these pictures as soon as Natasha was able to get them up. Let me go ahead and fill you a little bit of information in to the people, my colleagues. This is off Highway 25 and Morning Drive. It's right beside the church that sits on the right-hand side before you get to Bobby Jones. And this is an established neighborhood. I understand that this one piece of property is zoned commercial. It sits down on a little slope. But the residents has been looking at this for quite some time. And when I reached out to Ms. Delaney back on June 23rd, she said we would get on it. And I got a text pretty quick on that. Well, on November 20th, I replied back, did you ever hear anything about the trailer? It's been a while. Thanks, Wayne. And then she told me that at the same time, 15 minutes later, Deputy Vazar is going to give you a call. Mr. Laney, at this time, here it is in March, I have not got any kind of response, answer, or anything, but I'm still getting phone calls from the neighborhood there. I know that 3 weeks ago, we had something on the agenda on Brightsboro Road about a massage parlor, and it did not fit the area, and I understood that. I don't know if these modular units is fitting the area of a neighborhood. Have you seen the trailers at all?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And where are we at on it right now?
From the initial visit, I made the initial visit, and then we started working on it as a department. I'm frustrated because as a person who grew up in this area, I have friends and family in this area, this is not attractive. It's an eyesore. It is not suitable for the neighborhood. But the applicant has submitted a site plan, which they failed. It has failed, the site plan process. They moved these trailers here illegally. We even went so far as to try to pay to have them hauled off. So we contacted companies to see if we could get them removed. We even talked to the Marshal's Department about getting them removed because they were illegally placed on the site. The property owner, we made contact with them. They're out of state. They just in December got a local place of business that we could contact them at, and that was in December. So we've been in contact with them over the last, I would say, 2 months. But the bottom line is we are facing this challenge where people are, before they're getting their approvals for zoning and site plan, they're putting things on the site. They're calling it a lay down area or things of that nature. So this is a real challenge and problem for us. What we have done at this point is we're trying to get them go ahead and take them to court because it is an eyesore. And when we reached out to see how we could get it towed, the cost was exorbitant. We didn't own it, but we still tried to see what we could do. So we did not forget this. I drive by it on a regular basis. We check on it. And the property owner has communicated as of last week that they're planning to actually move it, but they have promised us this multiple
Mr.
times.
Laney? That's some of the best kept information I've ever heard, because I'm the one, Tony is the one who represents this area that's getting the phone calls, and that's like I reached out to you twice last week, never to get a response back, and I couldn't figure that out. I figured you might be on vacation last week. That's what I assumed.
No, I was
but I know one thing, that we don't get courtesy calls back for some reason. But this has been an eyesore. It's going to be going on close to a year now. And the code enforcement ain't got no power, or the Marshal's Department ain't got no resources to force somebody. They put it on there. You can't force them to take it off.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been trying to do. We even went so far as to see how much it would cost. I think to move those, and then we had to find a place to dispose or store them if they were moved. And they were coming in at about $23,000, and then we had to have a place to store it. But we tried to see if it could be repossessed, if it could be towed like a car, and they were saying, every avenue we went down, they were saying that this is not a car, you can't treat it the same way. So we just kept hitting roadblocks because I don't want other people thinking they can move trailers into the county illegally. So we have been frustrated with this process.
So we couldn't, did you send a certified mail to the Carla Johnson out of Snellville, Georgia?
Yes, we have.
And a threatening letter?
Yes, we followed the process.
Can we get a copy of that, what you sent to her and when you sent it to her, as far as...
And we posted the trailers too. We placarded them also. So yes. Introduce yourself again.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Shavante Vassar. Right now we're in the process of trying a new approach in how we handle out-of-town owners. We're now trying to talk to local civil process and to try to help us out to get these out-of-town owners. So I talked to Gwinnett County as a couple of days ago, and they're willing to assist us in the process of trying to deliver a citation to these owners. That's the issue that we face when dealing with out-of-town owners. It's almost like a cat and mouse game, and that's the only problem that we run into a lot with dealing with these out-of-town owners. But we are in the process of, we're still working out the kinks with Gwinnett County, and we are going to pursue Miss Carla to file a citation so we can take it to court. We shoot for May.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Does
Thank you,
this
Mr.
body, thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Does this body have the ability to put fines on these properties?
The court does, based on the way the ordinance is worded. The court is.
Why can't we?
Because our ordinance isn't worded that way.
Can we revisit the ordinance? Because I'm about, not only this, but we got people that would rather us cut their grass because it's cheaper to the city do it. It's time we start hitting them in the wallet, and then this stuff will stop. So can we put in 2 weeks the ordinance to change the ordinance so we can fine them at amounts at our discretion? I mean, this is crazy.
What we can do is, in you said 2 weeks, I will work
it's going to be 3. It's the 16th because there's no more meetings.
I will work with legal to see what we are allowed to do. We'll look at the state ordinance and statutes and make sure we can do this. But I would definitely appreciate that support. I would like to see this done, and we'll do what we have to do. Yes.
Well, and again, I'm gonna go back to the grass cutting. We're coming into grass cutting season, and the property owners don't live here, and it's cheaper for them for us to cut it. We need to like quadruple the fee, and I bet they'll start cutting it and keep and maintain these properties. So it just isn't just about this in a sense, but this is ridiculous. I mean, the fact that we hadn't already had this discussion before now, and that's ridiculous. People shouldn't have to live near this nor drive by it. So, but we gotta change the ordinance if that's the holdup for sure. Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry, Attorney Brown. Who had it? Does anybody have any other comments, concerns? I mean, that seems like we're at a dead end, but Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yeah, I would like for the director, assistant deputy director to keep us informed, because it's not fair to us when we're receiving the phone calls and we say, well, I reached out to the director, I never did get a response back. That's not fair to us. So if you would keep us in the loop, shoot us emails, course of action, et cetera. And I imagine there's mobile home companies that would come in and move these mobile homes versus a independent trucking company for $23,000.
That there's still a fee, and we have to have somewhere to offload it. And so in checking to where they could be disposed of, I mean, it's a real.
What about CMC? Like there's a lot of metal and stuff.
So you have to.
Value? Do we know the value of these trailers?
Of these particular, I don't know the value, but I know that they were moved illegally. You have to have a permit to move any type of structure like this. So from day one, they have been doing it the wrong way. And so they had been promising, and they did submit the site plan, and that's how, and Commissioner Guilfoyle, you and I we actually spoke about this on the phone last year, because they submitted the site plan and they thought they would be approved. We gave them like an additional 3 months, and then the site plan failed, and we got right back on them. So, their design and their hopes for that property are not going to come to fruition at this point. So we have been active in getting that back up and going. So.
All right. So the fact that we talked about the ordinance, do we just receive this information, or do we need to approve the ordinance discussion in 3 weeks?
Yeah, bring it back. Make a motion to bring it back in next committee cycle. That way to give you ample time.
Yes, sir. We'll bring that back.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
I'm going to second it, but I have a follow-up to
Commissioner
that.
Pulley.
Thank you, Chairman. Are we looking at reviewing the whole ordinance or just that portion?
Oh, no. You don't. The whole ordinance would be. But what we can do is we can find the sections, and we can look at OCGA and see what parameters we're allowed to pursue and bring that back to you for sure.
Okay, but have we had discussions in the past about looking at certain parts of the planning ordinance and doing an overview, and changing some things?
So
didn't we?
planning is multidisciplinary, so it's not just one ordinance. We're talking our county code of ordinances is where this is going to be covered. It's not going to be like a zoning ordinance or anything like that. So we're talking about the county code of ordinances, which governs our whole organization. So we have on occasion, of course, looked at changes and made changes as necessary to sections of our county code of ordinance under the guidance of the legal department.
All right, second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. That brings back next committee cycle and the ordinance discussion. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
And that concludes public services, sorry. Thank you, Committee.
All right. I'm going to take a point of privilege here before we open up engineering services to recognize a couple of folks, in particular the queen of our commission here, Commissioner Francine Scott, on her already being nominated to the Lucy C. Laney Hall of Fame. Let's give her some. Hey, got to get her out there. Got to get her out there. She can get a double recognition. Also like to recognize our mayor for the second annual spring cleanup that went on over the weekend. Was that this past weekend? Yes, sir. Yes, and we're certainly glad to get cleanup anytime that we can get it. So again, Mr. Mayor, we thank you for your efforts on the cleanup. And I had the privilege of being the guest speaker at Fort Eisenhower for their Youth Challenge Academy, where 75 graduates, 75 cadets graduated, 26 committed to going into the Army. Another 14 received their GEDs or high school diplomas, and 14 were baptized and accepted the Lord during this time frame as well, during this 22-week operation. And then another 20 were selected to go to the Job Challenge Academy, which is at Fort Stewart, where they'll get extra another 20 weeks of training that will prepare them for the workforce and job placement. So I was honored to be the guest speaker there, but more importantly, I was honored to see that our young people took advantage of a situation that would help them become better citizens in life, and for that I'm very grateful. So thank you so much for all of us who have done things. We're out in the community and we're making things happen. So regardless of what you hear and what you see, we're definitely out in the community doing the things that we need to be doing for this community. With that being said, engineering services will come to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions?
No.
All right, hearing no additions or deletions, I would offer a consent agenda of items 1, 2, and 4. If I could get a motion to that effect.
Motion to approve.
We've got a motion. Is there a second? Who's on? Okay, Brandon's not here. Mr. Lewis, perhaps. Okay, we've got a motion. The second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners, vote by the usual sign.
Carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go on to the agenda item.
Item number 3 is a motion to approve the administrator's recommendation to extend the residential solid waste and recyclable collection second transition agreement between Augusta, Georgia and the Georgia Waste Systems, LLC from July 1st, 2024 to December 31, 2025 for $21.86 per house per month.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This has been bouncing back and forth between commission and committee and so forth. And one of the main individuals who had some questions, I don't see him here right now, Commissioner Garrett. I do have a couple of questions myself. Did you want to say something first, Madam Administrator? No? If I could, please, could I have our procurement director to come up, please? Thank you. Ms. Sims, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. I just have a couple of questions. One, what type of contract vehicle was used to in this procurement?
It was an RFP.
RFP, but was it low price, technically acceptable? Was it best value? What were we looking at in terms of the vehicle that's being used?
It was an RFP initially for best value.
Best value. Can you explain the difference for us, for those that may not know best value versus like who had the lowest price and so forth?
Okay, initially, the contract was, of course, for the best value contract. We reviewed all of the necessary ingredients, which was experience, what all they were going to offer us, and in a time frame, and also we looked at their fees.
And versus what would be a low price?
The low price is you just simply look at according to Georgia statute, you just look at the vendor who submitted the lowest price.
Okay, and so that's not what this is not what that is.
No, sir. Where we are now is to look at balancing out the solid waste contract moving forward to expire in 25, because there were a lot of concerns about Area 1, and we are trying to get all the contracts to expire at the same time. But I want each of the commissioners to remember how we got here in the first place, and how we got here in the first place was that some of people of importance negotiated contracts out of sync and individually, which caused the contractual process to be where we are now. So with that said, the procurement process, along with the user department and the administrator's office, had to balance it out, had to put it back where it belongs. The recommendation that's coming to you today from our administrator is the best way moving forward to address all the problems that we have before us today.
Okay, and as you put certain weight on certain categories, would you say that, well, under the best value, that the weighted areas, the higher weighted areas have more importance or more value than, say, for instance, the lower weighted areas? Reason why they're weighted higher?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Procurement Director. Where we are today is addressing the issues that we have contractually. And contractually, we had a lot of disconnects where one area of Augusta was charged one thing, another area was charged something else, and we're trying to balance that out. So when we looked at that, we're looking at an average that goes across citywide, and we're trying to equalize the amount of money each citizen in Augusta has to pay.
Okay, I just have a couple concerns. Thank you. Where's, oh, he's in Saudi Arabia. Who's up underneath him? Dr. Malik.
Oscar. Oh, we need him this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Procurement Director. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
All right.
Good.
Just state your name and who you are, just for the record.
Oscar Flight, Associate Director, Environmental Services and Stormwater.
Okay. And are you familiar with what's going on here?
I am not. Dr. Malik's been handling the contract himself.
Excuse me.
Commissioner, we have other staffers that have been working in conjunction on this item, so someone else may be able to answer your question if you would like to propose it.
Well, the director made a statement last week, and I even sent him a text in reference to the validity of his statement in terms of the fees that have been waived. And there was a great discrepancy in terms of the dollar value that was given versus the potential actual dollar value of fees. Wait, are you familiar with any of that?
So these are the damage fees? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Sir. So I did receive the spreadsheet of the damage fees. 2023, it was about $80,000. And so far in 2024, it's about $35,000 total.
Okay, so it's, again, a lot different than what was said last week. So, okay. Commissioner McKnight.
Yes. Well, I'm going to say today, I'm going to go ahead and say, being on engineering, I'm not going to approve this. First of all, is this an added fee already with what's existing fee? Do you know?
The
This
damage cart fees?
86. I'll get to that in a minute. But the 2186 per house, this is what's catching me. Are we going to charge people for what's already existing, what they pay now, an extra 2186 per house per month?
Commissioner McKnight, if I may.
Sure.
Commissioner Mason, so
Yes.
currently we pay Waste Management $19.30 per household per month. The option that was presented to you by Dr. Malik, in which the commission did not support, included reducing services. This particular option, the recommendation from me today is to increase the $19.30 per house per month fee by Augusta. Augusta will cover this cost. This will be no added cost to the citizen. That increase will be to $21.86 per house per month. This means that the services that Augusta Zone 1 currently receives will be stable until this particular contract expires December 31st, 2025. The whole goal of this recommendation is to get all three zones, Zone 1, 2, and 3, to expire at the same time, which means when we go back to negotiate with either one vendor or multiple vendors, we were able to do so under the same exact terms for all three zones.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm have a one-track mind here because this is steep, and when you have homeowners, as I mentioned last week, putting out their recycling, and I've watched it, so I see it firsthand. But when you got homeowners who put out their recyclable can and their waste can, both on the street together, and you watch Waste Management pick up the solid waste in the mornings with their green truck, Waste Management, but then they come back that afternoon, and I kid you not, they use that same truck to put the recyclable with the blue top in that truck. Now, some people have gotten where they don't even do any recycling anymore, so they use that recycling can as an extra can to put their waste in. It's just all, it's very unclear still to me, and this is where I stand. I can't support this today. I don't think it's fair to the homeowners, the citizens right now. So thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is for Ms. Sams, if she's still there.
Oh, is she? Oh, yeah, there she is.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Sams, you said the urban and suburban had two different charges when it comes to trash pickup. I thought that was rectified about 7 years ago where we implemented it onto the property tax for the urban area. Is that not, we did not do that?
Well, I can't speak to that. I would rather have Dr. Malik here to speak to his process and what it entailed. For me, it was looking at equalizing the three areas, and it was to look at rebidding this contract in 2025, and that is where my success began and ended.
So the whole reason to rebid, so all three dies at the same time, basically. last year on the floor, Waste Management came before us and said that they did not want to extend the contract. And so why are we offering a contract now?
Repeat your question.
Last year, Waste Management came before us and stated they do not wish to proceed on extending their contract. Why are we selecting them as a vendor now?
We are not really selecting them as a vendor now. They never gave up that contract from last year.
But we extending their contract, Ms. Sams, is that correct?
We are extending the contract, but yes, sir, we are.
Yeah.
Okay. As far as the fees, Oscar had just spoke in 23, there was $80,000 penalties and fines, et cetera. So far this year, first quarter, they at 35,000, so that'd be about 110,000. Are we going to waive that?
So I don't know exactly what's in the contract. But I do believe that there is a period, a 6-month period of.
It shouldn't be a 6-month period if we extend the existing contract, right?
Right. It was a transition period, is what the contract says.
Now, I do want to caution you.
Please.
You're talking about two separate things. Thank you, Nancy. There was a bid that had gone out, and the numbers that we're looking at now are the new numbers. Come on. For that new contract.
You're going to have to speak into the mic, Ms. Sams. I can't hear you on this side of the.
I'm going to let the lady who came up with some of the figures and assist me. Come on, Nancy.
Thank you, Oscar.
Could you go ahead and state your name for the record so we can be placed on the record of who you are?
Okay, I'm Nancy Williams. I'm the Contract Compliance Administrator for Procurement.
Thank you.
Waste Management did cancel their contract. And at that time, we had to go out with a new RFP. And the new RFP, Waste Management did apply or did submit on the new RFP.
I thought it was just stated that we just extended their contract now.
Under the new bid.
Right, it's not extending their contract. It's
This is kind of like train last week then, extended the contract.
No.
We need a minute.
I'm trying to get this, I'm trying to figure this out, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Hold on just one second.
Okay.
Let's let them have an opportunity to collaborate.
But what about the bid?
Oh, my gosh. Right hand, left hand.
Okay, Nancy, do you agree with that?
All right, Mr. Guilfoyle, you can continue on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to sit and listen because I don't know if we had a contract in place extending the contract. Ms. Sams, you want to clarify that with me?
Well, it was my understanding when I stated it that this is an extension of the contract. However, there was a new bid, and they did submit a price on that new bid. We reviewed it, talked to Dr. Malik and the administrator, and it was decided that we would do an extension of the contract, and that's why I said that there was an extension. So we are talking about the extended contract.
Thank you, Ms. Sams. I'll wait.
Is that all you have,
Thank
Mr. Guilfoyle, at this point? Commissioner Frandon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where to start. First off, the fees mentioned, I wasn't here for the discussion, but the fees mentioned last week were much lower than they are this week. Is that true or not true?
$30,000 mentioned last week.
What was it mentioned?
$30,000.
Okay, now we're at 83 and whatever, 35?
That was Dr. Malik. That's why I needed Dr. Malik.
Okay.
It wasn't
again,
here.
We're not ready for prime time on this issue, obviously. Then today, at the beginning, we said we didn't cancel versus cancel and start a new bid. My question is, what are our alternatives if we cancel this bid process? What are our options?
Who is that being directed to?
I don't know who can answer it.
Is that you, legal? Is that the administrator? Is that procurement?
I'll
It is
respond.
procurement because it's a procurement right? Please.
I'll respond. My recommendation is not a part of the current procurement that is outstanding. My recommendation is to extend the transition agreement that is currently in place with Waste Management. So if you choose to approve my recommendation as stated, it would automatically cancel the RFP that is on the floor.
I thought they just said they canceled that and it was a new bid.
Please, can we get some?
I'm going to get you some reference
clarity.
numbers.
Hold 1 second.
I think, I would hope that, we don't have to answer this right now, because I mean, we're not ready. I would hope that the committee would send this to next committee cycle. Thank you.
We're obviously not ready, and Dr. Malik is not here. There's questions that can't be answered. I started off wanting Dr. Malik because there were some specific questions I had for him. What is your pleasure, committee members? Committee members, I do have some committee.
I say we either move it to the next committee cycle or commission. Move it to the next committee.
Is that a motion? Is you putting it in the form of motion?
I can put it in a form of motion.
Would you do that, please?
Motion to approve, motion to move it to the next committee cycle in 2 weeks so that.
We have a motion and seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners vote by the usual sign. Right.
Yes, okay, April 23rd.
Are we voting? Are we voting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Is all righty?
That motion, Mr. Garrett.
All right, that concludes Engineering Service Committee. We stand adjourned.
All righty. Let's see. Oh.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to call finance to order. We do have a quorum. Do we have any additions or deletions at this time?
No, sir.
Excuse me. Mr. Williams? We good? Thank you. And we don't have any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Great. Can we start off with agenda item number 1?
Item number 1 is a presentation by Evangelist Eunice Ingram, President of Soul Seekers International Prayer Brand, Inc., regarding help with purchasing a church building.
Do we have Ms. Ingram here? If you come to the podium, ma'am. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Evangelist Eunice Ingram, 2104 Sanders Road, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes to speak on anything you would like, as far as purchasing a church building, that is.
All right. Well, as I said, Soul Seekers International will be 38 years old on October 10, and it do a lot. And I was at my home at 2104 Sanders Road, and I was praying one morning, and the Lord spoke to me and said, go to 2204 Tobacco Road. So I get afraid and call a friend in Florida and said, pray with me. God's sending me to 2204 Tobacco Road, and I don't know what's there. And she prayed and said, you better go. So when I went, it's a church, an old church.
Can you hold on 1 second, Ms. Ingram?
Old
We're going to let
church.
Bobby finish.
Can I still go on?
You good?
Okay.
Would you be kind enough to start over so all the commissioners could hear you as far as your page that you were reading off, please.
Okay. So what I was saying, I was at 2204 Tobacco Road at my home.
Okay.
I was doing my morning prayer. And the Lord said, the one that blow breath in us, said, go to 2204 Tobacco Road. I want it for a prayer altar unto him. I get afraid, and I call a friend in Florida and told her what the Lord said. And she said, you better go. So I went, as I said, and when I go, it's an old church, sitting on 6 3/4 acre of land. And God said he wanted for a prayer altar unto him. So that's the reason why I'm here. So I put a contract on that land. They said I want $450,000. God put me on a 3-day fast. At the ending of the fast, the realtor called and said they took off $100,000. So at this moment, it's at $350,000. And I want that piece of property to give glory and honor to my God. Amen. Soul Seekers is a prayer ministry. So I pray a lot. I fly a lot wherever God sends me. What more can I say? So I'm here because I need help getting that property. And my desire is to do a good work in Augusta like I do for the island of Jamaica. Every year on October 10, Soul Seekers is one more year old. So this year, Soul Seekers will be 38 years old. So each year on that birthday, I fly to Jamaica and do Jamaica for Jesus in the national arena. Last year, I feed 5,000 people after the fast.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's
Have you
why I'm
reached
here.
out to any of the, I'm going to let whoever colleagues want to speak as well, reached out to any of the other churches in the area by chance, Ms. Ingram?
I do radio. I'm on about 7 radio stations, London, New York, all over the place. And I reach out to actually every church in Augusta, Florida, South Carolina. Soul Seekers is a 501c3 nonprofit. It have a Dun & Broad Street number. It have a BB number, and we come up as Pure Gold. What I do, I feed the hungry, I clothe the naked, and after that I'm in here. Right now I'm on a station in London where they pay $1,000 a month. A basketball player pay $1,000 a month for me to do London. I'm on the 18th floor in New York. Somebody else pay for New York. I'm in Florida. Somebody else pay for Florida.
Right.
Someone else pay for South Carolina. Now I'm in Augusta, Georgia, and I hope and pray that somebody will have to take care of Georgia.
Well, Ms. Ingram, we got Commissioner Lewis, which is not a stranger to the church at all, so he's going to be speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Evangelist Ingram, I'd just like to take this moment to say thank you for inviting me to see what God has purposed in your heart to do on Tobacco Road. You met me there, you called me, and we met there, and we walked the land.
Yes, we did.
And I think you've demonstrated your obedience to God and what you're willing to do in reference to what you've been called to do. So I just want to thank you for the invite, and I'm praying for you. I'm praying that this vision will come to fruition for you and the ministry of work that you are preparing yourself to do. I know it may seem like a tall task for you, but nothing is impossible with God. So I implore you to continue to pray and put forth the efforts to make this a reality, and in any help that I can be of to you, look forward to doing it. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much. My desire is to take Augusta for Jesus. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to receive as information.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Let's vote by the usual sign.
Really?
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson absent.
Can we, agenda item number 2?
Item 2 is the presentation by Ms. Yvonne L. Murphy regarding real estate fraud in Richmond County.
Is Ms. Murphy in the? Yes, I am. Thank you. You ready? Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, Ms. Murphy. Would you be kind enough to state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Yvonne Murphy. I'm a PhD, and my address right now is it's a hotel. It's called Woodcrest on Gordon Highway, and I'm in and out.
Thank you. You got 5 minutes.
All right. Well, my 5 minutes is the fact that I have brought to the attention of Richmond County Code Enforcement of frauds to do with real estate here, and people are looking the other way. The director of Code Enforcement is looking the other way, and I've been to the mayor's office, and I filed complaints, and I haven't heard anything from him. And I have talked to HUD before in the past.
Can you hold on 1 second, please?
Yes.
Attorney Brown, do we need to do anything? No. Okay. You may proceed, Ms. Murphy.
Well, the bottom line is I have, in the past, I've been warned. Doctors, I am a transfer environmental cancer patient, back and forth since 2018. And I was warned about this city. And it's doctors, hospital staff that warned me about a place called Augusta, and they wanted me to be safe. And so because I'm a volunteer of change, Solutions 2020, and I'm all of that in a bag of chips, I have been in a position to help people.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of people know me, and they've seen me on television before with Liz Owens. But most importantly, if I feel that if this has happened to me, then it's routine. But most importantly, people are renting out houses in really bad shape on purpose. And I have the proof where Code Enforcement wrote a letter to a woman in October of 2022, and they wrote another letter to her in April of 2023, and they didn't process anything. But the bottom line is that the lady went to court and said Yvonne Murphy refused to pay rent when I was not the tenant. The tenant was Nathaniel Hickman. But the bottom line is I brought all of this to the attention of the mayor's office before I contact HUD. And before...
That was in 2022.
That I contacted HUD?
No, ma'am, that you reported it to the mayor's office.
No, this is 2023, 2024.
Okay.
And this is what's going on as we speak. And I'm here because I want to bring it to to context to the commission's office before the HUD gets involved, because HUD got involved before in 2018, and that's how Georgian Place was changed to Falcon Crest, because I'm a federal employee. And I have yet to contact HUD. But I'm trying to give the opportunity for Richmond County to clean up itself. And I'm a victim, and I feel like if it had happened to me, it's routine, and it's routine. And I'm a speaker, and I'm what we call a whistleblower.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. We got Sean Franham that would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Murphy, you came before this body 3 years ago, didn't you?
If I came here 3 years ago, that's because I met with...
Did you come before this body 3 years ago?
I've been here before to do with the Board of Commissioners, and that's because to do with HUD. But I
There
have
was
not contacted
An apartment
HUD.
complex and some cancer treatments, and they wouldn't let you, do you remember, can you fill us in on that? Am I wrong in
That
that?
was with Georgian Place. It's now Falcon Crest, and I turned that over to HUD in Washington, D.C.
Okay, and what
right
happened with
now-
that?
Go ahead.
And what happened with that situation?
Oh, I wound up getting a settlement, and everything was okay, and they changed the name from Georgian Place to Falcon Crest, and the judge that was protecting, he was removed. That was Carl Brown. And right now, I have complaints against John Flythe and some others because they are sitting on my cases to do with jury trials.
Gotcha. Okay, I remember you, and I thought I remember something, I just couldn't remember what it was. I guess my question is the mayor's office, I'm not defending, I'm just saying that's not typically where you'd go to like our administrator's office to get things processed in this government. Have you had any conversations with the administrator about anything that you've discussed?
That's why I'm here, is because I have written letters, and I gave them to a copy for the mayor's office and for the director of the code enforcement, and I believe that it's the staff that's not giving the people their paperwork.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain to you, like the form of our government, the mayor is not a strong mayor form of government. The mayor doesn't run the city. The administrator pretty much runs the city in a sense.
What I've done is I've met with inside of the mayor's office to bring to the attention of the frauds against the people, because it's true. The rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poorer, and the middle class is being wiped out. And I'm the middle class, and
Gotcha.
I have spent a lot of money in Augusta, Georgia, in real estate frauds.
Gotcha. Well, I think, and we hear you, and we want to take your concerns, and everything. I just think that there needs to be a conversation between the administrator's office, and I think Charles maybe can help. I don't know if he's still helping an administrator, but meet with Mr. Jackson on the front row, get all your information. Let's have a discussion there, because that's really where it needs to start before it comes up here in a sense, because we really can't do some of that until we hear the directive from the administrator.
Well, that's
all.
exactly why I'm here, because I wanted to get the commissioners to know that I have been complaining. And I've been ignored, but I am not to be ignored.
Thank you, Mr.
My heart go out to the people here that's being mistreated, because I feel like if it has happened to me, my heart go out to the people here in a place called Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Ms. Murphy, we have Mayor Johnson to speak as well.
Ms. Murphy,
Me in
thank you
this
so
office
much.
before.
Thank you so much for being here. As you know, you've been to our office numerous times.
Absolutely, and you've seen me.
Yes, ma'am, I have. And my staff, we've always tried to help. We highly encourage you to come in this setting in which you are. So your information is now public.
Absolutely, that's
desire.
why I'm here.
That's right. So,
And I'm sure I'm on television at the same time.
Probably are. So we applaud you being here. And as a citizen, you're certainly entitled to it. So I just want to say thank you for being here today.
Well, the bottom line is that we need to clean up, because it's Doctors Hospital that warned me about Disgusta. So if you have Doctors Hospital staff discussing a place called Disgusta, and they are right here in Augusta, Georgia, we need to clean it up. And I'm an outsider, and that's what I'm here for. Volunteers for Change.
Ms. Murphy, the gentleman, Mr. Jackson's right there in the gray jacket. Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive this information? You got a second?
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Let's vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number, I guess 3 and 6 should be companion items. They both going to be discussing basically the same thing on process, procedures, checks and balances, et cetera. So if we could, if my colleagues don't mind, we're going to eliminate agenda item number 6 and proceed with number 3. Unanimous? Good? No, we're going to do number 3. It's basically covering the same thing.
So we have a deletion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but I don't know if you want to do that, if I'm being real with you, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll just keep them separate
Because
then.
there might be something you discussed that I don't, and I'm going a certain way.
Okay, that'll be
If I'm
fine.
being honest.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number 3, please.
Item 3, discuss processes and procedures of expenditure reports by the department heads and who approves the reports.
Who would you like to speak with, Mr. Franham?
I'm waiting on you to call on me, and then I'm going to roll.
You have the floor, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm rolling, man. It's going to be deep. Get ready.
He's on fire.
I'm firing some missiles today. So a few weeks ago, let's first tell that we're policymakers. We're not day-to-day operation people. And so we get criticized a lot in the media because we don't know what's going on in our house. And a few weeks ago, the media brought up a story about a former director here and expenditures of over $26,000 in hotel rooms. And, that brings to light so many different things of how does this happen, who approves it. There's also talk that some of these hotel rooms were local, where the director stayed the night of, so that because he had a meeting the next morning. We've also had concerns about the processes of who approves the reports and who has the ability to sign off on reports when the director's not there. And this is not just one department. These are other. This is not just Parks and Rec. This is other departments. So those are my first two questions that I want to ask: is the expenditures of hotels, who watches it, who approves it, and can other people sign off on documents? And I guess that'll be my first question to Finance, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to start out by saying that the media report that I believe you're referring to, which states unequivocally that there are no hotel receipts, there is no open records request to see any hotel receipts for the information that is included in that article. And I can state that there are hotel receipts for the individual that was named in that article.
Okay, can I
was
pause you
not
right there?
asked
Okay,
for
so
that.
basically the media was wrong because they didn't have the receipts, is what you're stating. And you're stating, can the individual do they have a card for these expenditures, or can they reimbursables for their own personal card?
Let me kind of go through the procedure. The procedure for department directors who are wishing to attend a conference or to travel out of town is they are to submit two things. First of all, their request for leave, which is approved by the administrator's office, so that it is known that that individual will be out of town on those named dates. There is a travel advance request, which is supposed to enumerate the anticipated cost for such travel, the anticipated conference registration, the airline cost if it is something that needs to be traveled to by air, the anticipated hotel charges. Usually a conference has a group rate. You register at that rate. You guys are familiar with that because Ms. Bonner makes y'all's arrangements. A per diem amount, which Augusta follows the published rates on the GSA website, which is a rate per day for specific locations. And so we follow all of those things. Those go, on the travel advance request. For directors, the administrator's office, the administrator, or a deputy administrator would sign off on those. Okay. At a point, once those are approved, that director would then begin the process of making arrangements to go to those places. So some hotels take Augusta's checks. A request would come down to the finance accounting department for a check request to be issued to whatever named hotel it is for the dates for the director. A copy of that approved settlement advance would be attached to that request. If it is not approved, a check is not issued. If the individual wishes to get funds for them to disperse, okay, say I'm going to somewhere in Mississippi and the hotel is going to cost $150 a night, and I know that I've got per diem and I've got mileage or airfare. That settlement request may be paid to me in order for me to pay my expenditures. Okay. Once that advance is done, which is usually very close to the date that that employee would be leaving, we don't issue them, we don't give somebody a travel advance 4 weeks in advance of when they're going because things change. So that is usually issued very close to the date of their anticipated departure. 5 days after they have returned, they're supposed to submit a settlement report, which again enumerates the same type line items. The only difference there is that it is actual, and it is also truing up the amount that was advanced. Let's say that the hotel bill was booked at the rate, and was supposed to be $450, and the hotel stays, taxes, room, whatever, was $475. That $475 would show as the actual expense. There is a space on there to deduct the advance, and then you true it up. That settlement report is approved in the very same manner. It is signed off on for a department director. It is signed off on by the administrator or the deputy. At that point, the unused funds would be remitted back to the finance accounting department, a receipt written to that individual, that money deposited, credited back to the budget. If there is an amount that is owed to the person that was traveling, that check would be issued along and use the supporting documentation that I just discussed.
Is this automated or is this paper trails of on expenditure?
There's paper.
Not automated.
I mean, I don't know
I mean,
how.
ADP, why don't we use ADP for automation like most corporations do for expenditures? To checks and balances.
I'm not sure what you're trying to automate here.
If you go on a travel, you get reimbursed through hotels, gas, mileage, per diems. It's all done through an automation through ADP. Like why? Because I mean, to be real with you, for everybody, like our procurement shouldn't be the way it is. Our procurement should be automated, where they put the bids in through a computer system, and they don't bring a big file to the office. It makes it to where people can manipulate the system by having a paper trail. Why have we not gone to an automated system for expenses?
I'm sorry, I don't really have an answer for that.
Do you know whether, back up, can a department head put a hotel room on his credit card and pay, and then turn in a receipt to get it back, refunded back from your department? Could he go to the Holiday Inn tonight, stay at the Holiday Inn, he or she, and then turn the receipt back in and get reimbursed through the department, through your department? I mean, it's a simple question. Yes or no?
They would not get reimbursed from my department.
Out of their budget?
I'm sorry?
Out of their budget?
Right.
You're just paying the bill, right? I mean, reimbursing them for the credit card expenditure.
Okay. Number one, we don't reimburse for the credit card. The credit card charges would be paid for the P card charges. Make no mistake, it's not a credit card.
P card.
The departments have a P card, which is administered through the procurement department, who would require those receipts. So those receipts would be paid directly to that company for that charge.
Can a director spend that, go to a hotel without doing it the way he is through a conference? Can he go stay at a hotel tonight and put it through his P card and get reimbursed for it?
Ms. Sams is going to require supporting documentation before she is going to approve that payment for the P card.
Go
Commissioner
I'll
Fran.
let you, yeah, I'm going to finish the conversation.
No, absolutely. I just want to clarify. While they have their own government credit card, they don't get reimbursed if they
Right.
charge something for
But it's still going against their budget.
Right. That's
the
where
point.
he's trying to get to.
Yeah.
Ms.
Okay, they don't
Williams.
get reimbursed for those. It gets paid to the P-card company,
Yeah, I'm just a
charged
little bit
against their
confused how.
budget, and those are itemized expenditures
Yeah.
that would be available to be reviewed.
It's just a little confusing how a news source would put that out, and you're saying that basically it's not true in a sense, and that's a little concern to me how, like, and then with the paper trail that we have versus not automated, I'm going to finish I'm just going to go through what I have here and be real with everybody. Like, we're in the process of hiring a new director for Parks and Rec, and we need to set this individual, he or she, up for success. I have lots of concerns about processes of how things are being run, about the sign-offs. There's no automated system. It's all paper trail here, paper trail, and this isn't just this department, it's other departments. I have concerns about candlelight jazz money. Where does it go? Who knows anything about it? Is everybody paying to get in? I have concerns about community centers and the fact that some user groups don't pay, some user groups pay. What does that look like? What community centers are bringing in money? What community centers charge and don't charge, and what the fees are? I have concerns about the fact that, 3 years ago we had a commissioner up here. There was a book, because it wasn't automated, a green book that got lost, and now this commissioner, we know where he is now, over a community center. Again, things aren't automated. I believe that we ought to do a 3-year full audit of all items mentioned, plus anything else discussed up here. And the IT department ought to review all deleted records of financial natures for the past 3 years as well, to see if anybody deleted anything financially. Now, I'm not on this committee, and y'all might not support it, but it'll be on next Tuesday's agenda, what I just stated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Donna, you understand where he's coming from?
Working on it. Yes, sir. For clarification, the official financial accounting system that Augusta uses is a system called Central Square. Those items that are generated, those checks that are issued through there are all financial information that is included in there. Those are not available for deletion. They're, so I don't know, I'm not sure. I think I'm just gonna hush.
No, it all needs to be checked. There's too many things that have happened in that department in the last 3 years across this county. Everything needs to be checked in that department, frankly. I'm not talking, and I really didn't say personnel at all, but I want to know the money, and I want to know some of these stats that I mentioned on some of these community centers, because, again, I think that we need to be fair across the board, and we need to shine lights on things, and we need to mainly set up this next director to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got Commissioner McKnight and then Commissioner Mason, and then Poya after that.
Thank you. I just want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Franham, for bringing this up today, bringing it to the forefront. Exactly why a couple of years ago I mentioned, and I got beat down about it, but I'd mentioned a forensic audit. But yeah, we need a complete audit, just what he was saying, and I will be supporting him when he brings it next week to the commission.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Commissioner Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, please, can I speak with the IT director?
Sir?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission.
You heard some of what Commissioner Franklin was saying and the request as it relates to your department. Is that something that you could execute? Did you hear specifically what his request as far as from the IT department was?
I did. I heard something about searching. If there is any available data that's in the system that he is seeking, information technology would be able to pull that respective data.
All the way back within a 3-year time frame.
If that data is still out there, yes, sir.
And do you think that data would still be out there given the fact that we've been compromised?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to leave that right there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Mason, you finished?
I am.
Thank you, sir. We got Ms. Pulliam.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. I wanted to speak to my colleague's comment about the operating procedures. We do know that that is ongoing, and the administrator's office is working on that. That was something that I requested, how long ago, Administrator Dowse? Probably like back in February. No, we've been on like continuously working on that. And so Administrator Dowse, could you give us kind of a little brief update as to where we're at with that?
Sure, Commissioner Pulliam. On yesterday during our directors roundtable meeting, I reminded those department directors that had not yet submitted their standard operating procedures to Kelly Walker, who has been tasked as the project manager for this project. And in addition to that reminder, it was also communicated to them, and I'll also share with you now that I'll be presenting an update to the commission on April 30th. That will be during the next scheduled committee meeting session. And that update is expected to include a listing of all of those SOPs that have been retained, that have been received, as well as a synopsis of the general topics that we expect to have all SOPs to ensure that they receive and that they have on within their document.
A follow-up to that, in that compilation that will be turned into you, will you also have a certain criteria set in place? That way those holes, the things that are missing in their SOPs, you're able to say, hey, we need you to be more detailed in this portion, especially when it comes to finance and things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. And majority of the finance department SOPs, because they are a department that services internal clients mainly, their standard operating procedures will be used throughout the government. But for those departments that have specialized procedures before it gets to, say, example, the finance department, yes, we will have a guideline that will say at a minimum your SOPs need to include procedures on how you would handle, how your respective department would handle certain tasks before it's transferred over to another department.
Okay. Thank you so much, Administrator Dowse. And a lot of the reason why, which I've said it several times, that I wanted this to be done is for the successors that are going to be coming after those that are in those positions right now. So be it they retire or they resign or whatever happens, I want to make sure that the next person can pick up where they left off. And so we are working on that. So I feel like that should give us some sorts of solace.
Who is we?
Okay, so I'm not sure where I use the word we, but we as a body, I directed or asked for that to happen. All of my colleagues here on the dais supported that, and the administrator's office is actually working on that, executing it. Thank you,
Thank you, Ms.
Commissioner
Pulliam.
Lewis. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Sean Frandl.
Yeah, just one mention I forgot, because I had it in my notes here. I think the other thing on the expense side is that I was told previously that when a groups would go away to like a trip or something, like an all-star team or whatnot, we would write a check for X amount, they get it cashed, and then they bring back the receipts. That's a terrible policy and a terrible way to do things. So I would hope that's one thing that we have in discussion too, because to do things that way, it doesn't really make, because that means they just basically do what they want with the money and bring you back some receipts. So,
Could I ask
thank you.
to give me an example of what was, example of that?
An all-star team, Parks and Rec all-star team.
Okay, from recreation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frandl. Commissioner Mason, we're going to wrap this here up.
Listening to all that's been said here, first of all, can I get the how should we say, the interim Parks and Recreation Director and our Deputy Director slash
Mr. Jackson.
whatever title we're using here. For this purposes, I guess it's the interim Parks and Recreation Director. In your short time, sir, serving in this position, and hearing what my colleague, Commissioner Phantom, here is espousing, and knowing that at some point we will be filling that position with a new person, would you feel that it would be prudent in your short time down there to have some type of audit or investigation on the expenses that have gone on? Do you feel like that would be something that would be prudent and be helpful for the new person coming in and make sure that they're, I don't know, up to par with everything?
I think that if we can have a discussion about what parameters you would want to have searched, we can have maybe an internal discussion with administrator, finance, procurement, and maybe come up with a concept or an idea of what you want to have searched. I think that should be on the table. I can't necessarily give a recommendation to move forward with this particular issue, but I do think a conversation could be had to define what you want to search.
Well, and I appreciate that because, in my opinion, there ought to be parameters as well. It can't be just some sort of infinite way of doing business. We'll be out there floating forever. But I would like, and I think thankful for my colleague, Commissioner Pulliam. I think we're on the same sheet of music in terms of when someone replaces through attrition, through retirement, through fire, or whatever the case may be, that they're set up for success. And I believe that we all have that same idea in mind, and that's what we want to come to at the end of the day. I certainly hope that is the case. And with that being said, let's be cognizant of the situation that we're in as commissioners, who do not handle the day-to-day operations or should not be handling the day-to-day operations. Let me put it that way. That's not our job. I'll say that again. That's not our job. So do be cognizant of what happens with us as commissioners and the type of phone calls that we get and the responsibilities that fall upon us at the end of the day, because the citizens and the citizenry, they look at us. They're not really looking at the director. They're looking at us at the end of the day to be the end all and be all of whatever the situation is, knowing all the ins and outs and all of that. And they don't want to hear nothing about the fact that, well, you're not in the day-to-day operations and so forth. Ultimately, the buck stops up here. And so having that type of comment and looking back 2-3 years or whatever the case may be, I agree with you, Interim Parks and Recreation Director, that if in fact that was to be done, that there should be parameters set. I don't know what type of motion is going to come out of this, if any, but well, we could receive this information and we know where that goes. It kind of goes in the trash can.
We'll be voting on it Tuesday.
Oh, there's another thing coming up. All right. Well, okay. So with that being said, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. One last thing, Madam Administrator. What say you about this this whole piece of conversation that we have going on here, and the need or potential need for an audit to ensure that there is a
clean,
seamless transition for the new person that comes in and nothing hanging over their head?
Sure. Commissioner Mason, you may recall this body, when presented with the results of an RFP during our budget process, that audit would encompass 25% of our overall governing body for the next 4 years. That would have included the Parks and Recreation Department. And so while the Finance Department, as well as myself, have been working on drafting a scope to carry out that task, I'm now wondering if you are interested in an audit solely for the Parks and Recreation Department, or are you still interested in the overall audit that you requested initially?
Well, that would have to come from the maker of that, but I think what we're saying is that we need all people to be prepared to be set up for success. But I think he's talking in this. I'm not going to speak for him. I'm done. I'll go ahead and let him go ahead and finish that up.
Commissioner Franham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was always of the thought process that, you don't just do an audit to do an audit unless there's smoke and a fire. And right now, I believe that we ought to focus on this one department, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to find things, processes and procedures in this one department that we're going to put in the other departments. And I think that's the reason I wouldn't want to shut down the whole government. That's why I didn't support it years ago, because that's what you basically do in a sense if we were doing a full audit like that. My personal thoughts are we start at the Parks and Rec Department. We don't have a director there. We're not attacking anybody. We're setting their next leader up for success, and it's the right time to do it. With all the issues that we've been dealing with the Parks and Rec for the last 3 years, it is time to do it, and that's where my focus is next Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, you want to make a clean slate for the new director to come in. Good.
Yeah, I mean.
Can I get a motion from one of my colleagues or the finance department on if they want to move forward with a audit for the past 3 years? Ms. Francine, Ms. Pulliam.
A point of clarity, Mr.
Yep.
Assistant Chair, I'm not sure. Is Mr. Frantham saying that he's going to bring this back next week? So do we have to do anything?
If it doesn't pass in this committee.
No, you can receive his information as far as I'm
Right.
concerned. There's going to be an agenda item next week.
Okay.
Guaranteed. Write it down.
Receive his information. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Let's vote. Okay.
That motion fails 2-1.
Yeah.
Mr. Guilfoyle voting no.
Yeah.
And Ms. Pulliam and Ms. Scott voting in the pot.
Yep. Can we consent?
Motion fails.
Committee, you mind if we consent agenda item number 4 and 5? Renewal of insurance and the minutes. Can I get a motion to approve 4 and 5?
Motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, got a motion and a second. Let's vote.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Agenda item number 6.
Item 6, discuss the process of how an elected official or director is held accountable on expenditures of credit cards or use of his or her budget.
Donna, point that microphone to you because I can't hear it on this side, please.
Okay.
Donna, the reason why I'm bringing this up, I wasn't on the commission back when the former mayor was here, but the body had took action to keep expenditures that was unwarranted from happening. Can you kind of tell me what was put in place for checks and balances on expenditures? Who checks it?
Okay, that's kind of a broad category here.
It is.
So with elected officials, constitutional officers, the commission, as you know, has the authority to set the budget, the amount of funds that are available to that individual to spend for that fiscal year. They set the amount. Once that budget is set, the commission does not control the line items within the budgets of that elected official constitutional officer. That is within their discretion as how they deem the highest and best use of that budget allotment to be spent. That's repeatedly upheld by numerous court cases in the state of Georgia, but it's a real fine balance. There is a statement that kind of sums it up in the ACCG handbook for elected officials, which is taught and I believe covered in a few of y'all's classes. Despite the Board of Commissioners' fiscal control, they have no say in how the constitutional officers manage their department or carry out their duties established by law. Once the funds are appropriated in the budget, it is in the discretion of the constitutional officer to spend those funds as he or she sees fit. So you guys set the budget. The elected officials determine how it is used.
Okay. So as far as you said, for a director, before they go out of town, they got to ask for permission for the hotel per diem and whatever conference. They got to have a travel advance request. Either the administrator or deputy administrator approves it, then a check is requested. It's advanced. 5-day. When you get back, you got 5 days to do a settlement report, a actual settlement report. If you got money left over, you put it back in the budget, whatever it came from. And if it's owed, then a check is written to them.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Everything on that is done through paperwork. It's not done online.
No, sir. I mean, the check is issued through our financial system.
I
That is an
understand that.
automated process.
Right, but as far as
the reporting back is, they have a hard copy of a receipt. They are bringing us the original receipt
What
of
happens
those
if they don't have
documents.
it, Ms. Donna?
Sir?
What happens if they do not have
Then they need to get it replaced. And we pretty much stay on them and request that, and they usually come up with them. Sometimes they'll have to call and get another one. But those settlement reports are then attached to the advance, and it is noted on there whether there was money turned back in or whether there was some other small true-up required, an additional check was cut.
Okay, going a different path. When a department needs to purchase an item over $500, what is that? How is that process done?
Here you go, Jerry.
Well, that was quick.
It's procurement.
Yes, sir. What was your question? Okay.
Ms. Sams?
Yes,
If a
sir.
request for over $500 is to be spent from a department, what is the process?
Well, your process is you can follow me in your code, and it's under the small purchase in Augusta code, and it states that the department head has the authority to approve a $500 purchase. And of course, that is reviewed by us, and the purchase is made.
Does it have to have approval from your department?
Not for $500,
Let's say $505, Ms. Sams.
Sir.
What is the limit to where it doesn't require to go through procurement?
Okay, you have a section in your procurement code.
I don't have my procurement code in front of me, sorry.
So now I need to do something here. Are we talking about P cards
No, ma'am.
or regular purchases?
Expenditures.
Just
Simple
expenditures.
things.
Okay, so in your procurement code, thank God, there's a section for small purchases, and that small purchase section says anything less than $10,000. It's broken down up to $1,000. If I'm quoting properly, the department head has the right to purchase up to $1,000. Then $5,000 to $10,000, it has to be a written 3-quote bid. Anything over $10,000 has to go out for bid.
Okay, but everything has to be approved through the procurement department from $1,000 above?
They're going to submit a requisition and a PO. And a PO is issued.
How long does that process take to turn around from the time something is given to the procurement department and that department receives the funding?
It just depends. It varies according to what the need is.
Is it done through the computer system or is it done in paperwork?
Yes, sir. It's automated.
Okay, good. All right. Other than that, no other questions. Anybody have any? Sean Franham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sands, but can't a company, you said the amount is 10,000?
10,000, you go out for three written bids, three written.
But let's say that a project's 18,000, can a company put 2 different bids in and get that?
I'll catch them and send them back.
I don't know if you always catch them.
Well,
okay.
I don't know. You know, let's be real. Okay, let's just be real. Nobody is going to catch a thief at everything they do. If someone decides to circumvent the policy and it's in them to do it, they're going to find a way to do it. Now, 80%, 50% of the time when something comes through procurement, we're going to look at all of it.
Yes,
but the
ma'am.
issue becomes how much of that was done prior to it getting to the procurement office.
Yeah, and you're exactly why I think that more things in this government need to be automated, because they wouldn't be able to do that if it was automated.
It is automated, and they're caught when I touch the button that says I want a copy of all the purchase orders printed by dollar amount. Then I will see if there has been any division of a purchase order to just get through the system. And I will call that director and put them on notice. And we have an appointment with the interim administrator, and the conversation usually are not very pleasant. And that's when they come to you all complaining about the witch in procurement.
No. I appreciate that, Ms. Sams.
Okay.
You finished, Sean? All
Any
right,
other
can we get a
questions?
motion to receive this information? Ms. Sams, we done.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we got a motion and a second. Let's vote. Finance adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I would like to call administrative service to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, did I jump? I'm jumped. I'm sorry.
I wish you would. They didn't have a quorum at the time you were here.
Oh, they got a quorum now? Yeah.
She gonna put you down in
Ms. Bonner, are we ready? Okay, I'd like to call public safety to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if my colleagues do not object, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, and 3.
So move.
Okay, got a motion and a second, voting.
Well.
I run my committees efficient, so that concludes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Garrett absent.
Okay. All right, thank you. That concludes public safety for today.
All right, then. Let's try this again, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to call administrative service to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
If it's the will of the committee, I would like to consent 1, 2, and 4.
So moved.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Okay.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson absent.
We'll go to number 3, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3, discussion with the General Counsel regarding Augusta Commission Rules of Procedure and Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the council. About 3 weeks ago, I had asked a question as far as abstaining And Attorney Brown, you was not prepared for, and nor would you have been prepared for that answer. I know that you had stated on the floor that in the court it deemed it is not a yes or a no vote, and that's not where I was trying to get to at. Anytime, so I did ask for a written opinion that day. I never received anything at that time, I guess because it wasn't a majority body action. Would that be correct?
That's correct. You didn't really ask for a written opinion. You told me I could write an opinion, but that was not the direction of the body. However, I think that the question can be, if I can understand your question, I have looked over that area of our rules, the charter, the commission rules of procedure, and Robert's rules. I think if I can get a clear understanding of what your question is, we should be able to dispose of it quickly.
Okay. In the back of our committee books, we have the rules of procedures. That's a condensed version, I guess, of the Robert Rules of Order. It doesn't capture all the Robert Rules of Order guidelines, rules, etc. And so my question is, because it does show on voting, but it doesn't have anything there as far as abstaining. Now, I can understand the abstain motion is to, if you have a conflict of interest. And Madam Chairman, you mind if I have Natasha put this up on the screen? Okay. Natasha, would you be kind enough to put this up? Is it working? Under Robert Rules of Order, I was asking, if it's not written in our rules of procedure, does Robert Rules of Order take place?
The answer to that question would be yes.
Okay. As far as the Robert Rules of Order, I have the original one from 1995 from where Jim Wall, I guess that's Jim Wall, would that be correct, the attorney at the time of consolidation?
He was an attorney. He was our attorney at one point. I don't know the year, but he was a city attorney.
Okay. This was adopted by the commission on June 6, my father's birthday, in 1995. And it says, it appears that a commissioner has a possible conflict of interest as described in OCGA section 36-67A-1 or any other statute, or in opinion of the county attorney, the commissioner may abstain from voting. Well, there's only a couple different items that is the section, the 36-67A-1, has any kind of property, financial interest, or family. So in order for somebody to abstain, this is where I need you as a parliamentarian as well as our attorney to clarify, is when a abstain rule is used, but it's used in the wrong way as far as to stop progress or stop a action or to keep a mayor from voting. I'd like to have your opinion on that side of it.
Okay. What you have, I'm sure Georgia law has been updated since that point. However, I am confident that Georgia law remains the same, that when a person has this type of conflict of interest, they should not vote.
Right.
That is one basis for abstaining. I just want to correct one thing. Our commission rules of procedure is not a condensed Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
It is really more based upon our charter than anything else. And it does have rules of procedures in terms of voting and conducting a meeting that's in common with Robert's Rules of Order, but it certainly doesn't go as far as Robert's Rules of Order go. And it is proper, as you said before, that if our rules of procedure and our charter and our code does not address an activity that relates to running a meeting, we are then to rely on Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
Now, it is always my preference to try to speak more directly and in the most friendly and compatible manner as possible. What I hear here is this. It seemed to me, and you can correct me if I'm not, it seemed to me that you are suggesting that in the event a person does not have a conflict of interest, they should not be abstaining.
That or state the reason of the conflict that you would have at that moment, to where the commission under a commissioner, I know you ain't seen this, so I don't want to catch you off guard, and I'll be happy to share it with you. I just need to take a picture of it with my phone. But it actually says that a commissioner may abstain from voting aside from a conflict of interest upon a request to abstain by a commissioner, along with a statement of the reason for the request. A commissioner may be excused from voting upon the affirmative vote of 5 of the other commissioners.
May I ask that source?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the 1995 adopted Robert Rules of Order.
Okay.
And I'll be happy to hand it to you, because last thing I want to do is play a gotcha moment, Wayne. I just need some clarification. I want an opinion to where we could proceed forward here in the future on what direction we need to take.
What I'm holding in my hand is,
Yes, sir.
is the 12th edition of Robert's Rules of Order, which is the latest edition.
Okay.
And it was produced in 2020. What you're reading from is obsolete.
Okay.
That does not Robert updates every 4 or 5 years. For the longest, the 11th was out, and finally now the 12th edition is out. But Robert's Rules is very clear about abstaining. And we have, just in general, but we're also bound by our charter, or what we call our charter, which is the Consolidation Act, and the Commission Rules of Procedures. Just to be clear, Supreme Court, in a case which has been mentioned recently in Murray versus Williams, made it extremely clear about what Augusta, Georgia in particular can do. This is the current law. We have shepherdized this case. It has not been overruled or changed. And a member of this commission body can abstain, and they do not owe, and it is not proper to impute any reason whatsoever to them of why they abstain. They can abstain without explanation. They can, if they are present, they can abstain by being silent. They can abstain by stating present, or they can abstain by saying, I abstain. Either way, they have a right to do so. In Robert's Rules of Order, which is section 45, page in the latest and 12th edition, on page 385, that's section 45, voting procedures, it states at 45, paragraph 3, although it is the duty of every member who has an opinion on a question to express it by his vote, he can abstain, since he cannot be compelled to vote. The conversation that's been had for several weeks about someone not voting and making an organization not functional was the same issue that the Supreme Court ruled against in 2007 in the case of Murray versus Williams, which is located at 281 Georgia, 571, 2007. So Murray claimed in that case that if you don't have an abstention count as a yes, or if you don't have it count as a no, you're going to block government, and government will be hindered and can't proceed. The Supreme Court clearly ruled against it, stating that in the common law, an abstention was used to say that you must be siding with the majority. The Supreme Court ruled against that for one particular reason. The Consolidation Act for Augusta-Richmond County says that in order for a matter to succeed from a motion, there must be 6 affirmative votes. The Supreme Court, Georgia Supreme Court said that that type of legislation means that you have to have active 6 votes. You cannot assume a positive vote by an abstention. They also went on to say that this commission in itself had ruled against counting an abstention as a no vote. So the question then became to it, our rules adopts Robert's Rules of Order. At section 45.3, Robert's Rules says that no person can be compelled to vote, and they can abstain, and they can vote if they have an opinion about a vote. There are many reasons people can abstain other than that they are against something. You can abstain, one, because, for instance, that you don't have a clear understanding of what's being voted on, or you haven't formed an opinion about it. Or you may vote because you feel a no vote or a yes vote may give the wrong impression. For instance, if you think there are 2 qualified people for an office, you may not want to vote no against your second choice because you don't want to send to him or her that I'm against you, I think you are not qualified. You could also abstain for conflict of interest reason. You may have a family member. Robert's rules do not compel you to state why you are abstaining. There may be other rules, but also our ethics provisions in our code says that any member who has a conflict of interest, and they define that usually around money or family relations, should not participate in it, whether it's a contract or a commission vote. But the bottom line is that abstaining has never prevented a government from functioning properly. If a government has a problem functioning, it's not because of these rules. These rules have been in place for many editions of Robert's Rules, which is the #1 parliamentary law that's used around the world.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney Brown.
Mr. Brown.
I'm going to go to Mr. Mason.
May I
Let's
finish?
go to Mr. Mason and come back to you.
Oh, I just wanted to just tell Mr. Brown one little short note. Mr. Brown, thank you for that clarification. That's all I wanted. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go, Mr. May.
Well,
Mr. Mason.
after the clarity from the legal parliamentarian, there's really not much more to say. And the fact of the matter is that this has gone all the way up and then been vetted already years ago. People would remember with Commissioner Williams, Marion Williams, and Woody Mary as the complainant. And it went all the way up through the court system. And we found that you could abstain and then no, it would not be used as a yes or no vote. You couldn't do that. So with that being said, whether we agree with it, disagree with it, like it or dislike it, it's neither here nor there. It's a part of the process. It can be done legally. And from there, we shouldn't hear any more about it after this.
Amen.
That's all I have to say.
Motion to receive as information.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner. Okay.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Ms. Bonner.